Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Select your god.
Do I really have to first pick?
My name is unimportant.
Guess I will.
You'll remember my blade.
Kinda want to play Susano, but might be bad to first pick it. There are definitely a few characters that I don't want to meet. But at least Ares is out. Right, so... I kinda want to put on music again, but I don't have a good playlist. Maybe I can just find one on Spotify. Oh well, I do have a good playlist, but it only has 19 songs. I don't really want to listen to the same shit over and over again. Man who dodged. I guess that's fine, then I can look for more music. Maybe that's enough. I got a few more. Also, why was the Q so fast just for it to get dodged and be slow? What happened? I'm looking forward to Red Tasker. I think he'll be fun in Smite 2 in solo. And he'll just kind of be another character where I can rotate faster. I do like those. Searcher probably isn't that bad of a pick. Into like a Blona. It's not really a matchup I know very well. Don't think I've ever really played that matchup. But you have an easy stun. Granted, you also have an ability that can be disarmed and blocked, so that's also... I guess it goes... Maybe it's probably just like a stalemate. They definitely both have pluses. And minuses.
Select your god.
Start the game. Start the game. Oh, they had to redo it? Oh, did they fuck up a pick? They want Merc instead. What they picked before? They had Nemesis. Okay. And that then changes theirs to Odin instead as well. Okay. That's fair. That definitely makes sense. I guess they want the ring to potentially deal with the Mercury. Was this before or after Ganesh could dash through the walls? I forgot when they added that. It feels pretty recent, but... Their team is kind of scary without having beats, but... not having Blink, I feel like, is just not great for me.
This tonic shall give me the strength of my ancestors.
Oh, sure.
I'll just have to try and play around it. Maybe I'll just have to go for Magic later. Because that is in fact a Ymir jungle. Don't really think we win the early game as a result of that.
Whatever, man. Go crazy.
Minions have spawned.
Fucking hell, man. Usually it's cold as fuck. My fingers are so cold. I need like a hand fucking pillow or some shit for when I stream. Or just a blanket, I guess.
Silence these trespassers. Never forget.
Man, what an annoyingly timed pause. I don't know if I'm slow there. Maybe I have to go for the other bumpers. Maybe, actually, maybe Bats is a dagger character. I don't know. That's still the weird thing that I'm unsure of in jungle. Is which characters do what. Except for, like, I know Thanatos will generally always do, like, Cudgel. I feel like Bats would be a Cudgel character, because he's an auto-cancel character. But maybe his early clear is just so bad that you kind of need to go for dagger. I have no idea. The clear is definitely significantly worse without dagger. But having this upgraded version just feels so much better. I mean, even the small one for fighting.
Silence these trespassers. forget.
Be careful, left.
Vengeance! Enemy spotted.
Attack. 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 Your rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Pain.
Man, kind of sucks that Sobek took both kills, but
Retreat now. Revenge later.
that's so unfortunate.
I'll be right back.
Because even after all that, Ymir is still a level ahead. And he spawns obviously pretty soon after, so he's gonna be 5 so much sooner than me. Hello, Justice and Hunson, good to see you guys. Yeah, I felt like playing jungle in a potential like low reload game. This isn't really that low elo, so.
I'll be right back.
Never forget.
Don't think it matters. I can't really fight the Ymir, that's why I didn't go for rocks. This really sucks. There's just nothing for me to take. That fight did not help me, I'm not gonna lie.
These trespassers.
Enemy spotted.
Never forget. Pain. Silence these trespassers.
Enemy has been slain. You're fantastic, bro. Your rain shall wash them away. Enemy spotted.
Just a
Your
little
right
stress
tower
test.
is under attack.
Silence these
See how much damage I can do. But stun bats is pretty low on damage this early,
Whoops.
unfortunately.
Your right tower is under attack. Be right back.
Never forget.
I'll attack middle lane.
Vengeance. Your
Be careful. Go we Gucci.
Be right back.
Be careful, middle. Yo, behind us.
On my way. Silence these trespassers.
Hey, be
On
careful.
my
enemy.
way.
Ah, is it dead?
Hey, be careful, left.
Run, Zeus, run!
Never forget.
Okay, it's so fucked up.
I can't fall so easily. Spirits, guide me. Your
Zeus doesn't have TP, otherwise he might have been able to punish that.
Your right tower is under attack. Attack right lane.
It was a good Volcanol, it was just the fucking CC on top of everything that stopped it. I could have jumped it, but
Your right
the freeze
tower
before
is
it.
under attack.
Kind of stopped that whole thing. Dude, why is Sylvanas higher level than me?
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I guess I'm dead. I'm gonna get a walled. The Apollo being here, I should have just gotten out. Didn't realize.
Attack left tower.
I'm just gonna fall behind again.
Hey, better luck next time.
I guess I lost everything on this right side on the jungle.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, fucking hell, bro. I'm so far behind Ymir now. Like, I expected an early lead from their side, but like...
Help, little lane. Attack.
Ultimate is down.
I doubt that I can actually catch this in time.
Never forget.
That helped a lot.
You bring the thunder. Yes.
It's a big kill for me. And Ymir is there.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing right.
Silence these trespassers. Never forget. Okay,
Attack. Enemy missing.
cancel that.
I'm fucking attacking the tank Vulcan, fuck that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cannot kill him this early.
Careful, right?
It's just, we're just getting outmanned in every fight, it feels like. Either Apollo is here or the Vulcan is gonna be here. It's really annoying. Makes it hard to actually do something. And I feel very single target now, because I just don't have enough damage on my side just yet.
Never forget.
Combined with the fact that they essentially have a Ymir jungle. And this fed as fuck Sylvanas.
Enemies in right lane.
You move like a jaguar.
That's fine.
Ward right. Oh, enemies have returned.
Never forget.
Fuck it. Just back and finish Jotun's at least.
This shall be my armor, my weapon to protect.
How much XP does a single kill give roughly? Not a, I mean, it's a weird case, right? Because it's either gonna give you not enough or way too much. Though I suppose that's mainly shutdowns.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay,
And I fucked up.
Your left tower is under attack.
I did kind of use my 2 way too early, thinking I had blink up. That was a big stupid move. I brain farted that one.
Silence these trespassers. Feel my pain.
Enemies incoming left. Whatever, man. Go crazy.
I probably should have banned the, not banned, ganked the Vulcan early. Like, super early, but...
Never forget.
Rain shall wash them away.
That was just too late. I'm not fucking ganking a tank Vulcan. Aspect tank Vulcan, that shit's so stupid.
Enemy spotted.
Once again, this Vulcan just isn't, or Zeus just isn't doing anything.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
What do I do now? Probably some kind of pen. Let's do that.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold unit.
It does suck, we're kind of just getting like out-rotated on a Vulcan though. But at least it is a Vulcan. Can't imagine a more useless character going into late game than a tank Vulcan. I think it'll be okay. As long as we don't fall too far behind. Like, our late game is just way better than theirs. As a whole. Because they have Ymir and, well, assuming it's gonna be full damage Ymir, yeah it is. Then yeah, I would imagine that our late game is better.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack.
It's alright, at least we got a tower for that.
Retreat middle lane. It's a trap. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Never forget.
Be careful, middle. Be careful, middle.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That is a lot of damage. But it's also still just a Ymir, so once he does that on one target, we should generally be okay. Wait, Kukulkan didn't die though? Man. That kinda sucks. That's why I dodged. I see. It is a pretty cursed queue, this one, I'm not gonna lie. But they usually are this early. I expect nothing else from EU this early.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
Silence these trespassers. Never forget.
don't know about this, but
Never forget. Cancel that.
Ah, drop it, drop it.
Very strong bones. Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Never forget.
Help bats, help bats.
give me a blink.
Rain shall wash them away. Thunderbolts of
For
rain.
fuck's sake.
Bitty bitty. Skitty. Yeah.
That works. That works. Man, the Ymir just blinks on me every time. I cannot deal with it after I've jumped. I was just hoping he didn't have blink, so I blinked out earlier, but that was ultimately a mistake.
Destroyed the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Be right back.
No fire for me either. What a tragic day.
Silence these trespassers.
Stop song. Some noise happening outside the front door. The dog hates it.
Never forget.
Enjoy yourself.
Careful. We are 5 before. Vulcan is here as well. Careful, Mierlin, careful.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Be careful, middle.
Come here, blink.
Vulcan ult. Sylvanus ult. I'm going from behind the tower.
Destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Man, the tornado was still here. Bit of a rough start for me because of the bad fights we kept taking. But I mean, if you're playing stun buds, you'll eventually just be useful either way. Alright. Q isn't that bad actually, so I'm just not gonna jungle. My jungle is not good enough. If I end up being first pick, I will not play like a first pick. In this fucking role. You know what? I used to be a big bit like lover of this specific thing, like being able to drag out the buffs, but I do think these stars were really stupid. I do think it's so dumb to watch. I actually liked it when I came back in season 11. I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah. It's not like I would be sad if they never brought it back, because it is definitely really silly. Or is that what they do in Dota? I think it's fine if the game is balanced around it a little more, but I do think it was very OP that you could just do that. I want the tower rocks back though. I like those. Make towers harder to kill, please. I beg of you. I hate dying once and losing my entire tower for it, all because I died at level 5. Oh, that's just so stupid. But it's even possible. This set was fire. That's good. It is essentially like EU versus EU, this one. I don't know who Quick was, the support on the right side. That's not a name that rings any bells. Quick was a newcomer that year. He got picked up after coming top 3 with the Hounds in spring. Okay, so he just performed really well and they picked him up. Good on him. If he was a newcomer though, he left pretty fast. Maybe he just didn't make the transition into Smite 2. I think he went to Deadlock. Fair. Well, you should do what your heart tells you to, you know? That's fine. I can't really blame anyone. I went to Realm Royale when Realm Royale came out. But actually, like, Realm Royale might be the craziest, like, fuck up for Hyris. That game did so well on its release, but people did not stick around, man. They kept making the weirdest updates. That was truly mismanagement on Hyris's part with Realm Royale. It could have been really good. It had such cool ideas. They just couldn't stick to any one of them. They did everything. This was before everyone knew April was good. That's nice. I'm expecting big things.
Select
Let's see. I hate being first pick, man. I don't want to be first pick. This shit sucks. I'll play Thana, I guess. Do some Thana gaming. It was either that or Thor. When did Jarkor go from solo to ADC? Also, Seagull, are you not playing Smite anymore? I saw you playing more League now. Serving around solo ADC support for a while. Gotcha. I think he still is. Like, I see him play a little bit in Smite Prime here and there. I think he's playing support there, actually, now that you mention it. But I haven't watched that much my Smite Prime. It's very, very little. I'll just check out, like, Nika's stream or something sometimes if he's watching it. But I don't have that much interest in it, since it's so disconnected from EU. When Worlds is ADC with Genetics in Season 9. Okay, so he's just like one of those, like, multi-role talents. Who am I against? Oh. I feel like they're kind of stacked on us, so I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've been stacked on. Not a big fan of the meta or the map. So boring now. Yeah, I get you. I'm with you there. Like, I'm definitely on like a current, like, I'm playing less than like normal, I guess. I enjoy the game, but I'm also in the same spot where I'm tired of the same stuff. Not to mention, I haven't gotten a new god for solo in quite a while now. And I don't really think, like, I like Artio, but I don't think Artio will scratch that itch necessarily, so. Bacchus is actually not a good matchup for me here. On top of that, there's an Odin jungle. If I ever ult, I'm cooked. Rough. I'm gonna need my duo to win. But that's looking pretty rough. In terms of matchups, at least. Like, Sol Umoja early game is probably gonna win, I would imagine. I love Yorm and Artio. I found Yorm pretty fun for a little while, but at this point he's become the easiest fucking solo to execute. Because you just fucking left click. As long as you can keep your distance decently and be a good, like, mid-range kiter, then yeah, I mean, you're doing just fine as Yorm. And it does not take any skill to really win lane with him. He's just so powerful. But I think the same kind of goes for Osiris and Bellona. I don't really think any of them takes that much skill to win lane with. I think Bellona has more better matchups though, but Bellona will just be there for late game so easily. Osiris is just like a huge lane bully as well. And unironically, I started liking R2 in Season 11 when I came back. Otherwise, I never gave a single fuck about R2. But I don't actually mind you now. I might have fun with it. We'll see. It depends. We'll see. No, don't hit me, man. I don't want to fight him. That jump stick hurts way too much. I should have waited with my scythe. No, dual lane. You gotta win. Right. At level 3 now, I have to just sit back, I think. There's almost no chance that I will be able to win this. The burp will just give him the easiest setup. I also don't know where the jungle is.
Slay.
Okay, never mind. He's somewhere over there.
Escape death.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cut your life.
Missed my auto.
Enemies in right lane.
Agnes and right.
Your left tower is under attack.
I have a full wave, you're on your own.
Is under attack. Hey, your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, I'm buying the wrong shit here. I don't know why he wants to fight that. Like, I really don't. We're clearly at a disadvantage when he's level 4. I'm level 4, they're all level 5. I don't know what the fuck this Achilles wants to do. That's so stupid, but it's also the same Zeus from last game, so I don't know what I expected. That guy lives in a mind of his own. Now I'm behind as well as a result.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Enemies in middle
Hold
lane.
your voice. You're welcome. Middle tower is under attack. Fight to the fullest.
Not actually that far behind in XP, all things considered.
Your middle tower is under attack. Fight to the fullest.
Cut your life stream.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking juked me.
Oh, you move like
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in right lane.
That's 3 people in, right?
Your right tower is under attack.
wash them away.
Tempting.
Your right tower is under attack.
Have fun. Good game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good game.
Enemy has been slain.
Not as soft as it looks. Tremble beneath the waves. Elegant and beautiful.
If I actually had items, that would have been nice, but... Yeah, I'm old. Of course, they're both there,
I'm
man.
going back to duo.
Yeah, I'm just kind of being disabled. I've had Umoja and Odin here 3 times.
Rain shall wash them away.
It's been a while since that was taken.
Percy, be right back. Sorry.
Cannot escape death.
Your right tower is under attack.
Souls to me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bugger Aegis.
Enemy has been slain.
To them.
Oh, easy wrong team. I am sorry.
Awaits you. I will cut your life strings. Okay. Escape death. I'll cut you down.
Of course. Man, he really just shows up every time and just gets the easiest kill of his life, man. This is so annoying. I also don't know why Achilles just didn't wait. On that gank, if we just wait for Bacchus to run out towards us instead of chasing him into his jungle, we could maybe actually get a better position, which should have been just been free. I do not know why he wanted to chase it like so aggressively. I followed just in case, but like I
And
ended
that's
up
just
having
like,
to.
you guys are fucking AFK anyway.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling really cooked.
I'll cut you down.
The enemy team has destroyed the
That's my
gold
blue
fury.
card again. Not that I need it, but the XP would be nice.
Make it like a baby.
want jolt?
Your left tower is under attack. I'm impressed.
I'll cut you down. Cannot escape death.
Ultimate is down.
Your right tower is under attack. Fire giant.
I just gotta stay safe, man. Their comp is so scary for me.
Okay, okay.
The rain shall wash them away.
No problem.
Cut your life strings.
Your right tower is under attack.
Acne's here.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Agni dash on the red buff. Agni has no dash.
Enemy has
God, I just wasted everything on that.
Your right tower is under attack.
CC buffering. Holy shit.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
He jumped my scythe, still got hit by my 3 because I got it off before I got knocked up. That's so funny. I played that overall fight so badly though. Fucking hell. Does it actually give me cooldown? No, it does. Now it's worth it. Be water? I can't do that.
Ultimate is ready. I'll attack left lane.
Move like a jaguar.
It's you.
Oh, let's check if they're on fire.
Yes.
They are in fact not. World songs. I mean, they're literally good, man. They're so good. They're too fucking hype.
Vista, amigo.
Be careful left. Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing right.
I want to see if I can get this fucking tower.
Be right back. Be careful.
Okay, well, boys, I'm just gonna attack right.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Coming now. Don't think I'm making it into it. Time.
Oh, easy rock. I'm sorry. The rain shall wash them away. Double kill. Courage. God, thunderstruck.
Man, I had so much gold actually. Why didn't I back first? Dude, no! I could have done so much more damage. The amount of power and or healing I would have had during this fight. Oh. Should have one at least. Well, they kind of both die for that. Huge. Yeah, the videos are really peak too. I mean, they have like one of the best animation studios in the world. In Fortiche. I think that's one of the big things with Riot as well. They're just really good at spotting talent. And then they hire them to make shit for them, and then obviously, yeah, things are gonna be absolute fucking peak. They're so good at that stuff. Almost everything they put out in terms of like cinematics and stuff is just always so high level. Oops.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the Smice and Mags are bad, but I feel like they're just a cinematic. I don't think they're doing anything unique. They're cool. They look awesome. But I think music is such a powerful tool that Riot has just kind of mastered on how to use. Alright. That means I gotta get the fuck
Can you
out.
run towards TP? I can TP.
Sure, I'm just gonna land here.
Wait, actually, we can TP and do FG, no?
He might have backed. Maybe he's on FG as well.
Enemy spotted. An enemy has left the game.
Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Storylines for the players every year is awesome as well. It is, yeah. They just, I don't know, you just feel the passion. Like the players are giving the game a shit ton of passion, and Riot gives it back. I like that a lot. I haven't felt that same thing about Hi-Rez, like unless it was the very beginning. Like the MVPs of the week type stuff was also really cool. I really like that. That was just more like interaction with the players themselves. But that went away after like a few seasons. It's not even like a recent Hi-Rez thing. That just stopped happening. And I don't know why. It's unfortunate. I think making things about the players in comp makes people interested in becoming better at the game themselves, because they want to be in that position. They want to have like videos made about them, all that stuff, you know? But that went away too fast. Fuck, man. My hands are so... They're ice cubes, man. Fuck. It's so cold. Not just Inuki, that was just like... I mean, he was higher, I suppose, in the very beginning, but...
Wash them away.
That's too bad.
I feel like I played overall pretty bad, but like once again, just like the last game, the start is so rough, but luckily we had like a great duo. Like duo won pretty hard. So yeah. Well done. Well, so what I love about League though, there's so much prioritization on the young talent and orcs and people with talent. It's awesome to see, and Smite is always about the old players. I mean, that's because there's no new players. Maybe that's just me, but I obviously haven't been a part of the competitive scene for the last, like, I guess, many years, but I feel like it's just that there's the only players that are good at the game are the old players, because none of the new players stick around long enough for them to be good on that same level. That's the thing. Like in League, League has been big since it came out, pretty much, and growing, and you know, sometimes going down a bit, but then growing again, all that stuff. I think it's just, yeah, unfortunately, it's just the low player base, like, affecting that, I think. But once again, I think in general, I have had a problem with how Hi-Rez has been marketing the game. Just in general. How are you supposed to know as a random gamer that Smite even exists?
Select your god.
Granted, this might just be a MOBA issue. But like, even with Dota, right? Like, Dota is huge, but I don't even know why, to be honest with you. I don't know if the marketing just got tier or something, but... yeah. I'll play Thana again. I don't really feel like playing anything else in particular. Yeah, the young talent got completely executed when they just put every, like, in general in EU at least, yeah, it was just completely executed when they removed the EU scene. Like, no one wanted, like, it wasn't even just the new talent, it was also the people who were trying to get back into competitive, like me, at the time. When they gutted that, there was just no reason to keep playing. What was even the point? Like, I'm not gonna move to a different country so I can play a video game. Hell no. I don't want to move away from my family. I kind of lost my thought process during this, but I got distracted. Maybe you get what I'm saying anyway. Don't think I want it to be great right now. I think it definitely still can be. What I hope they do, this is what I hope. Obviously, this is a vague version, and just in my head, maybe this isn't possible or anything like that, but for one, I want them to, this is just for the players, not so much about marketing, I want them to make the cool arenas again, where it has like some cool presentation element to it. Remember the arenas that would like break the ground? You could fall down into those. And then at the very end, I forgot exactly how it worked, but like at the very end, you would get locked into a tiny, tiny room and you just had to fight it out. That's so cool. I love that shit. You could even, like, when Cthulhu releases, make like a huge, like, it doesn't have to just be the Cthulhu, but just any other big character, put them like their silhouette in like the arena looking over it, you know, whatever the fuck. Make some cool cinematic stuff that caters to the casual player, not to the high level players necessarily. Just make it look cool, man. That's one of the issues I think with Smite from the outside, is that it doesn't look cool, like, at all. Like, how the fuck is a random casual player or just a gamer looking at Smite and thinking, that looks cool? No, it fucking doesn't. Gameplay in Smite doesn't look that cool. It's cool when you know how hard it might be to do some things in the game. But just looking at it, it doesn't really look that cool. It's not very, like, it doesn't present itself to be particularly cool. I think Smite lacks some of that, especially in these new times where it has to be eye-catching. Otherwise, people just don't give a shit about it. Another side of this in terms of marketing, I do hope that once Smite, 2 releases, that they actually make trailers for this and potentially hire someone who knows how to make a good hype trailer. Find some cool fucking music, whatever the fuck, right? Someone who knows what they're doing with marketing, and like at least put one trailer out at like a bigger event. League and Dota don't need to do this. But a game like Smite, who almost no one fucking knows at this point, should do that. You gotta get more eyes on it. I guess I'm still playing Thana. What if Hyris did everything necessary and it's just the people that didn't want Smite? Well, then it will just die eventually anyway. But I still feel like they should do what they can to try and help it. And I think this isn't even just like a recent thing. I feel like marketing in general for Smite just hasn't been good. I think Hyris just has never really done a very good job of that. I was complaining about this back when I was playing the game at like fucking at the highest level back in fucking season 0. Not to the same extent, because I feel like I have more knowledge of it now, but yeah. It's nitpicking, probably, but I still think it's just something I haven't noticed much in terms of just Hyris in general. It's not just Hyris, or just Hyris. It's not just Smite, I would say. There's just Hyris as a whole that might not have the biggest and or best marketing team. Remember seeing a cinematic on TikTok from the Cthulhu release that had like 3 million likes, but that had no idea from Smite? Yeah. Yeah, that's another way to do it, Seagull. They could definitely do something like that too. Like hire some people. Just make shorts and throw them on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and all that stuff. Try and get more eyes on things. Is this an Ullr solo or is this an Apollo solo? Either way, it's not really the easiest matchups for me early on. But it should be alright once I finish an item or two.
I thirst only for death, but I'll save this for later.
Greetings.
Shush.
Well met.
I know they did it with Realm Royale. Like they hired, you know, like the big, like Battle Royale streamers to play Realm Royale. And I suppose that they was Smite 2 as well in the beginning of Smite 2. I remember seeing Lyric play Smite 2, and he even liked it too. That's the crazy part. That was back when Smite 2 was in a really bad state. And he enjoyed it. Fucking do that shit again. If he liked it back then, surely he likes it more now. Okay, so it's Apollo. I could have guessed, probably. He has Bumpus. Huh. So what we've got...
Minions have spawned.
He really wanted to invade.
Cannot escape death.
You're lagging behind, player. Maybe check your connection to reality. Sorry, man. This quest says I gotta meet you and take all your loot.
under attack.
He actually... Okay. He did get it. Oh, he took 2 tower shots? Fuck, I should have turned.
Your left tower
I was just too busy and fucking running my ass off. Dude, why is he doing so much damage with Boombas? I guess it's that extra 15. Man, that's tragic.
I've beaten players with twice your skill and triple your XP.
The level difference will be the biggest annoyance now.
Enemy has been slain.
You got me right.
Beware the shifting sound.
I was just waiting for the jump to use my silence, but he never jumped. I remember I wasn't playing at the time, but I remember like OTK made like a tournament at one point. But I don't know anything about that, so yeah. Following the beats.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Knowing him, he might land back down.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, he's on her the mid. Oh. No, he's not. Never mind. Wait, so Vulcan was helping with blue buff? Okay. And it's a... okay. Aspect Vulcan mid. I'm so confused this game.
Looks like your respawn timer isn't gonna work out.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ares no.
I gotta back before I have a chance to fight.
Your souls to me.
All right.
Isn't your level?
Enemy spotted.
I'll cut you down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Range shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Aegis on Ares down as well.
Be careful.
That was kinda cute.
Enemy missing.
We're speeding up.
Is this ult going cooldown? I never fucking know, because it differs from ult to ult. But I wouldn't know if that makes Paul's ult going cooldown when he does that. I think it does, in Paul's case. Of course, Honor shows up. I probably didn't even have to blink. But also just didn't really have any reason to risk it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base. Cancel that. Take this jungle.
I'll cut you down.
On my way.
You decorate the map with advertisements.
Defend.
That would be a choice, yeah.
You got me right in the volley.
Gank middle lane.
Hell,
He has Aegis?
I can ult mid. There's an ult coming. If you see it, we can go.
That's fine, just go. Area support Aegis. Yeah, I was surprised too. I was like, what? That's so weird, and he has Mystical Mail first.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Be right back. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm back in, by the way. I'm no mana.
Retreat.
See if I can get his beats. Didn't want to just die for no reason. I thought about blinking, but I can't really close the distance anyway. Like, he's just gonna catch me anyway. Would have been such a waste. It's such bad shit timing. For the one time, man, I was trying to actually fight Apollo instead of just getting shit on by getting hit. Honor shows up. Suppose I did waste my ult for no reason as well. That's probably why he ganked actually.
Your left tower is under attack.
Does it land?
Vista, amigo.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't have mana for ult, man. That's so sad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
How is he not dead, man?
We didn't get any of the kills.
Mounts.
That's so bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Be right back.
Ultimate is ready.
Your souls to me.
Okay.
Your life streams.
Can we get in there?
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, you move like a child. They hit like a baby. Beware of shifting sands.
Awaits you. Your time has come. Escape death.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
I challenge you.
Oh, you move like a child.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Death grip
Just enough for my Reaper.
stronger.
I'll take it.
Your left tower is under attack.
That could have gotten awkward.
He landed on blue. Tragic. I think maybe if I ulted earlier, we could have caught him, but oh well. I was hesitating on whether I even should.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack right lane.
Cut your life streams.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Vulcan's 1 HP. And I guess they have fire.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
I mean, how are we losing so much in the rain? That really sucks, man. You just give them fire that they should not have had. Granted, I should not have chased the Apollo. They always have ages. Vulcan.
So wait, it's not much. They just came twice. That's it. At the right time.
Yeah, they have 4 Aegises though. I'm not too sure how we're losing this with like an Athena, you know?
Yeah, I mean they did pop the Aegis has actually saved them hard.
That's
Big
Vulcan
time.
and Apollo, I believe. Beats an Aegis. We just need to one-shot someone in a taunt. Should be pretty easy with our comp.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll cut you down.
Fuck is he saying? He's baiting for something, right? Anna's gonna come.
Your souls to me.
Apollo's gonna TP to you guys.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under
Oh
attack.
fuck, man. I'm just behind now because of all this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, it's supposed to be all war, actually.
Cut your life streams. I'll cut you down.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna TP right.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Ally has been
What does
slain.
Merlin do?
Your souls to me.
I don't know about this one.
Kinda sucked, didn't get my reset.
On my way.
We should
I'm
chase
out now.
this.
I've got no mana. I've got no mana. I've got no mana. I'm out.
I'm coming for them for the ruler.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy has been slain.
Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to pick it up.
Your left Venus is under attack.
Ah, I just got out. Ways the fence. My bad, LB.
Yeah, she can meet the dagger.
I just wanted to make sure that he didn't pick it up, you know, that would have been worse. It's pure instinct from knowing that the enemy can also just pick it up.
Team has destroyed the
Because if
gold
Ares gets it there, that would fucking suck. But... And then he still dies, you know? At least I have the dagger now. But yeah, I mean, best case scenario. Alpi gets it.
Retreat.
I'm back. I'm so much out.
destroy the left enemy tower.
Ally has been slain.
I don't know if he's doing this on purpose or. Void, are you good, bro? Like, what are you doing?
I'm not your souls to me if I must.
Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I will ward.
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
That was wild.
Okay.
They're setting up a fire, careful. They will look for a pick.
We need more.
Yeah, I think they will pull it straight away.
We should look for a
Can we
taunt
get a
before
good
they
taunt,
do.
huh? That's Aegis on that Vulcan. Very good. Now we need
But
to
yeah,
do
those
this, or this
those who
Apollo
need
is
to
gonna
back
split
needs
push?
to back. I think Merlin, can you just defend right? I'll go to fire.
Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe I should have stayed at
Your
dagger.
right
I'm an
tower
idiot.
has been destroyed.
What is that? Oh, he's got crit. Okay, nice. Okay.
Alright, just fall back then. Apollo is still pushing here. Man, I missed. Yeah, just waiting for me around the corner. Honor is 1 HP though.
It's a shame, man. We had that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we were just losing that so hard. Just don't fight in right. Just get the waves, that's it. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing here. Like, he's not even bad. I've seen him play multiple times by now. Honor is still low, they're on fire. Not that it matters, I guess, now. Fuck, man.
I'm gonna need like Spectral, someone for this. This guy just.
Yeah, we already have it. I mean, what is this? I don't doubt that it's probably fine, but do he really need hate fatales on Neef? He just has no damage. I was wondering why his ult did no damage before, but I guess I'm
They're
seeing.
gonna struggle sieging, right?
Seeing it
Surely.
all now. I mean, they should, but they have like 3 ADCs, so.
Yeah, but into a taunt, it's gonna be.
Pyromancer has arrived. Attack. Enemy spotted.
I have ult if.
Yeah, look for some taunts here.
You fight on the phoenixes.
Apollo down. I need help, I'm getting ulted. Okay, I guess. I mean, I don't know what we're doing in right though. Surely we just group and fight. Once again, we're just not playing around the one thing we can, which is taunting. We shouldn't be doing solo shit. Whatever. We don't deserve to win this.
Is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Yeah.
Defeat.
Unfortunate. Was Merc considered good at this point in time? He wasn't considered particularly good in Season 11, at least. Not that he was bad, but he was a bit strange. But that's also just because auto attackers outside of like solo frontliners generally weren't amazing at this point. We kind of went away from crit builds when I was here, so crit was kind of meh. It was all about the attack speed builds again, with kins and shit. Merc was the April special this Worlds. I feel like he was banned earlier as well in like a different set, so I was just wondering if he was actually like really good at this point. But I don't think one thing I really like about Lance is that some picks will just generally become like really high priority because someone uses it, really well, and then others start prioritizing that pick as well. I always think that stuff is so cool. You see the like in every like type of MOBA. Well, I guess I don't know about Dota still, but at least in League as well. Like some characters will just like because this player's in the game, you gotta prioritize this pick. I really do like that stuff. The EU ACC seems valid. Okay. Yeah, I mean, have fun, support. Once Meg throws you into the Ganesh, you're still silenced, asshole. You can't play the game. Sucks for you. They really truly have one of the most like, specifically just with like a jungle support combo, some of the most you cannot play the game comps or duos roaming around. Shit is so unfair. They do have beats on everyone. Except for their front line, at least. I'm not looking forward to Channel Ball against Smite 2. Because of all the teleporters, the characters that do have ways of getting around quickly already are just gonna feel even more annoying to deal with because they will just literally be everywhere. It's so annoying. I'm watching all of the
Pick
games.
Aladdin. Pick me.
Pick me.
Good boy.
Aladdin. Well, I need to think about what I'm picking here. I heard a wolfie in my ear, so I was like, what the fuck is happening? Let's see. Maybe it's time for a Thor game. I'll do a Thor game.
This call is so.
Oh, they didn't make it for Worlds? I see. Who was on that team? Oh, here's your team. That sucks. It was always a feels bad moment when you were that close. This was also during the Rona times, right? Which is why it's like not on the stage. Didn't get that close. Gotcha. This wasn't Rona. Oh. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Wait, really? It's past Rona. Oh. I don't know why I thought that was further ago. Is this a... I don't know, do I just do... I think it's the first time I'm dealing with Gabrakan aspect and so I don't really know how good it is early. I've also barely played it myself. Kinda want to Rune Forged.
Greetings, dear.
I just realized this might be my last Aladdin game ever.
Yes, that's too bad.
Nah, I mean, he's still gonna be good, probably.
Nope, he will not be good. Mark my words.
Well, why not?
One Genie card is making him too shit.
Yeah, but they're buffing the int scaling on him though. Can you just go full int? And still like two-shot
Maybe,
people?
maybe. I think that's gonna be the only way you can play this god.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the old is broken still. In a different way.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, yeah, have you seen Sequel? They're reworking Aladdin. Next patch.
Well, at least I'm getting daddy for replacement.
Phoenix fly. Hate that they're reworking him. Yeah, I mean, me too. But I also kind of understand their reasoning for it. Because apparently he is just insanely low in terms of win rates and popularity, so... like, abnormally low. So what can you do? It sucks, but
Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun, man.
I'm going for jungle buff.
I need the jungle buff.
Cancel that. I need the jungle buff.
Completed.
all yours.
Friend, you are chock full of surprises. Enemy has been slain. On my way.
I'm returning space.
Be right back.
Curses!
Facing middle.
Quiet.
An enigma I become.
Anyone gonna help me with this?
Oh my. Cap isn't coming either way.
I got it.
Solo isn't right.
Enemies in the right jungle.
What is Scylla? Scylla is a jungle,
Be
okay.
right back.
Just gonna say, I'm tired of mages and mid laners being in my lane today.
Enemies in the left jungle.
I do think, though, I still don't like the rework, don't get me wrong here. But
Enemies incoming.
I think it kind of stems from the problem that players aren't as good in Smite 2 as they were in Smite 1. Unfortunately, that is just the truth, because so many of the good players left the game.
Thrill.
Meaning, the characters needed, like... Aladdin wasn't that hard to play. There wasn't, like... I don't know, I guess... What other character is about the same level of difficulty? I would probably argue Susano is about the same. In terms of, like, actual, like, skill ceiling, because characters do so much cool shit with Susano that is not easy to do. But he's fine, I guess. So, I don't know. I don't really know what differentiates it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hello, hello, Helena. I don't think playing him was the only issue, it was also just that he was the least, like, popular god in the entire game, with also the highest loss rate and the most ban rate in high-level play. He's definitely a special case. Usually when a character is the least popular, is also not very good in competitive, I would say. But... Oh well.
Enemies in left lane.
Enemies in your left! Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Right where you are.
Completed. Your middle tower
Guess I was baiting for nothing. Not bad, I guess. Didn't realize Scylla was gonna be here too.
I need a med kit.
Tragic. I was trying to bait for the Uller, then he did show up in time, and then Scylla showed up to stop him from getting the kill. Tragic turn of events.
Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For me.
I still have ult.
If only didn't waste my wall.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Make it rain, my friend.
Was not expecting Cap just to sit out here.
I'm gonna miss this guard, man. Holy fuck.
Bye.
Well, too bad none of the casuals can blame. Now he's gone.
Yep.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bye bye, Aladdin. To be fair, I still think he's going to be cool. But I do think he's going to be less cool. Did I miss the emoji game? Every time when I just did it, unfortunately. I'm sorry, man. Just finished it. Let's make sure I don't want to get ganked again. I am dying for a potential solo kill.
For me.
They might be on gold.
Yeah, looks like it.
On my way.
They dropped it.
Splendid.
Oh, hi.
Your right tower is under attack.
Cap, ult, and beats.
Vista, amigo.
Be right back.
Your left
Enemy
tower is
spotted.
under attack.
Be back.
What am I listening to right now? think it's off my playlist now.
Disappoint me again, and you shall be punished.
Completed.
No joke though, Winari, I wish I could play her more in solo. It's just the wave clear is so shit. And her early game is bad. I've tried to make her work, but she's such an awkward character. Unfortunately.
Your left tower is under attack.
Because she is a character that I like her kit. But she is truly just made for support.
The rain shall wash them away.
Is he under tower or?
Yeah, he just
Yeah, I
came
think
back.
the tower.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, this shit is leading up yet. This shade ain't even up yet.
Enemies in left lane.
Greetings, dear.
Let's switch it up.
On my way.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rains it pours.
You're going.
Tactical fury.
I've Sunder for this.
Alright.
Ares might as well, I'm just kind of trying to wall him. Okay, I fucked it up. Man, I thought we had more bursts. We didn't. We should have just killed the Ares though if he came in. I should have called it. We didn't really have a reason to risk it. So we definitely should have just done that. Now we know. Also, what the fuck? It's a crit Scylla.
Can we kill the Cabra?
Probably.
Oh, there's three. I'm coming.
Let's just jump.
That wall kind of fucked me up, not gonna lie.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I couldn't remove it.
Wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe I can remove it when I die? I don't think I can.
Enemy has been slain.
What's happening to Vegan over there? gonna be a late stacking, but I'm just gonna do it. I wasn't expecting the Hui to show up. That kind of fucked me up.
Your right tower is under attack.
This game suddenly became a tragedy after everything, but I mean, surely we just don't walk up in duo? Like, after the first whole 4 deaths, you know, maybe we just don't. Maybe we chill.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy spotted.
Surely speed is up. That's so fucked up. Oops. Okay, I walked back into the stun. That's so fucking stupid. Can we get some wars though? I feel like we just always rotated on. Dude, he would have missed if I walked straight. It's so weird. We're unfortunately also just getting super deft. And
Greetings,
Your
dear.
right tower is under attack.
ADC aspect right now. What's the HP?
Your right tower is under attack.
Camera reads. It was 4, but I don't know how much it is. I'm here, I'm here.
Who you jump? I have nothing.
Bro, kurwa, baczę, ruszysz tą pistę i przyjdziesz tu. No zajebiście, no, brawo.
They can't do it now. Ra's 1
Yeah,
HP.
they can.
Let's switch it up. Destroyed a middle enemy
Bam, he went all dodge on me. What could I even get? I probably should have actually gotten Spectral in this game. Fuck. I think I should have gotten Spectral for him. Oh, he is gonna be an issue regardless.
Enemy missing right.
I'm gonna TP left if you can survive.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Ally has been slain.
My blade.
Fabuloso!
Of course, he frame stuns me. Man, right now we're just all dying one by one for no reason in this game. It went so well. I also fucked up there. I'm just tilting because my team's tilting.
Has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's so stupid.
Switch it up.
I don't know what to buy. You know what? Maybe I just go Nemean. Because I have to deal with Hui.
Your left tower is under attack.
I definitely fucked up in that exchange. I should have had the Hui there. At the same time, I'm not too sure, because I can't follow him with every chains. I probably would have been fucked either way. And he even still actually had ult.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Ares ult.
Can you get out?
Oh, you beat.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Great.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I just can't do much when they're group. Like, I always force someone's beats too.
Yeah, we'll do it better if we group as well. We have a good comp, but like we always have someone getting picked before the fight. Like we kind of rely on me for initiation as well, because we have a Guan Yu. I have to ward, man.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
They started fire. I would have actually had it if my Sunder was up. I didn't even realize my Sunder was down for just a little bit. It's over by now. We ain't winning. I guess I have to trade Vegana next time, because that ADC display is not it. This game went to shit the second Hu Yi showed up and TP'd to my lane. That one death with Hu Yi was actually what turned the game. Because that exchange got both me and Aladdin killed. Unfortunate. I guess I'll play mid. Didn't get solo this time.
Select your goal.
What did I play actually? Athena, Aladdin. What can I play? Neith is probably good. Maybe I just play like a Kulkan game. I feel playing Giannis actually. Let's do that. This shit's so classic Smite 1. Like, we can't kill shit except for the support. Just kill the support. It was so hard to kill anything else with beats and ages. The supports would so often just get punished for that instead then. I can definitely feel like I'm relaxing more today, because I'm playing way worse. I'm just doing random shit sometimes. I don't know why I do that when I start relaxing. I just kind of play an autopilot in a way. Maybe I should focus just a little bit.
Minions have spawned. Well, isn't that unfortunate?
Good luck.
That's too bad.
Guess I missed a creep at some point. Or maybe it's just got less XP because of the start of my jungle death.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful. Enemy
Jungle is definitely coming left.
Watch your step.
Enemy spotted.
Thanatos is in my jungle.
On my way.
He's waiting for rocks, so I think we can fight him here. I'm gonna level 5 soon.
And manipulate.
Enemy has been slain.
The Kaiser's coming to rock side bolt if you need it. Careful, they went towards red. I need to back.
Simply amazing.
Once again, like, I hate doing the rock fights when my jungle is not level 5. It just feels so weird.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Stand your ground and fight.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, I suck. I was trying to go for the juke hit, but it didn't juke. So tragic. No kill for me.
I challenge you.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's really not ideal. That should have been an easy kill. Wait, what's happening, duo?
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay.
Attack the gold fury.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I mean, I don't know how we lost that with an S adult. That's insane.
Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your right tower is under attack.
That is very much not ideal. It should have been pretty much fully charged as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behind us.
Rain, wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
I challenge you.
Not like I could have killed him anyway, but
Your right tower is under attack.
Didn't think that was gonna miss. And I just die for him. Bro, just run, man. Okay.
A new threshold.
Guess it's a worthless conversation. I didn't even see Thana. Did he blink? Oh my god, how do I remove this? There we go.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
This might be good for us. Oops. I want to go there. Need someone. Keep chasing them if you can. Fucking run the other way.
A new threshold.
And I tried to beat it. No, dude! I tried to beat it to get down earlier so he couldn't time it, but whatever. He saw it. Now I beats my own CC instead. I tried to kick a brain it and I now look like an idiot. I got a kill at least. Block it. And the lead had ult again. W.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Get through this. The way is open. Get through this. A new threshold.
Lista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack.
The way is open. The way open. A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Double kill. Oh, my
Also, just take my pearls if you want to get out, guys. I'm literally giving them to you.
enemy has been slain.
But you're just running away from them. I'm so far behind now because we just aren't playing around mid at all. Like, it's so annoying. Now I'm just 2 levels behind. I don't know why we're trying to gank the Aladdin solo. Who gives a fuck? I mean, just surrender, guys. We're not playing around mid at all.
Your right tower.
Gamehunter will play nowhere because this item is AFK the wrong character.
Time to turn this battle.
He's not playing the game. We lost the gold tree when 3 of them were in one. Athena was down.
They're diving mid right now. This could be a good fight. Dude, Aset isn't, like... Why is he using his abilities in the way that he is? It's so weird to me. He's missing his, like, 2 way more than he ever should. Lund beats. If it's melee, I kinda get it though, because it definitely feels a little weird at melee range. I'm more left.
Enemy has been slain.
I don't think Aset's 2 feels strange melee. Like, insta-popping it does feel very weird.
A new threshold.
That no down. I'm just up there. How the fuck did Aladdin go?
A new threshold.
Excuse me?
The way open. A new threshold.
I don't know if I would say Athena's broken, but I do think she's annoying as fuck. She's definitely one of the ones I hate the most. I think she's a lot more amplified and ranked than she would be in like competitive play. But she is definitely annoying. The thing is, there's a lot of OP supports. Baron, like, I don't think you can really take it away, from me at least, and that Baron is just the most OP support there is. Baron is so broken. This character just pisses me off.
Enemies in left lane.
I still think Afro absolutely is stupid. She pisses me off too.
On my way. Attack left lane. A new threshold. Up.
Okay. Guess I should have stayed with my team. My bad. My bad. I also don't do any damage to him, man. I need some fucking items here. Like, right there is kind of what I mean. It's kind of weird to me how he misses his 2 so easily. It doesn't even seem bad. I'm just confused. Go Sylvanas!
A new threshold. Ultimate is down.
10 seconds for my ult.
The way is open. The way is open. A new threshold. The
Will
way
you snipe, I guess? Another small nitpick here. Something I really hate in Smite 2 right now is how hard it is to last hit the big Minotaur. Because that's the one that gives you a shit ton of gold. But it's so fucking hard to last hit that thing.
I'm returning to base camp.
You have to use like a big ability to last it. It's really annoying. I don't want to miss all that gold. But I feel like you do most of the time.
A new threshold.
Ward the fire giant. Enemy missing.
Enemies in left lane. A new threshold. Help left lane.
I hit Thana. I had 2 of them actually.
Defend the fire giant.
Can't really chase them alone.
Through this.
Okay. Your middle tower is under attack.
The way is open. A new threshold. The way is open. A new threshold. Fit through this.
Move up. Attack middle lane. Set up an ambush here.
Destroyed the pyramids. Rain shall wash them away.
Fit through this.
Randomized trap.
A new threshold.
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away.
A new threshold.
Oh, 2 moves like a shot. Oh, lazy like a babe.
Your left tower is under attack.
really wanted to invade that speed buff.
A new threshold.
What do you think about Sylvanas? I think he's powerful, but I don't think he's broken. He is probably one of the better supports as well in the game. But, I mean, he's pretty bad from behind. He actually just reminds me a lot of how he was in Smite 1. If you don't get a lead or stay even at least, you're just the easiest target on the map.
Enemy has been slain.
Recalculating variables.
Set up an ambush here.
Gank.
Wash them away.
The way is open.
The Pyroman has arrived. Enemy ultimate is coming.
It went.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, you should get him, but that's so unfortunate. I should just stay with my team, I guess. I was trying to see if I could just out-range it, but my portal wasn't up in time. Huge root. Useless Tusky, that's good. I think we'll lose the score anyway though.
The way is open.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Group up.
On my way.
Good game.
Thanos low.
A new threshold.
It's just hard. And this one, it's so easy for us to get caught. Exactly. Just like that. I got the old Athena ult.
Enemy
Even a set getting caught is not good. I mean, he probably wins this 1v1 at this point in the game.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Nice. Huge. At least removing it from Thana and Aladdin is something. Dagger is still there. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna go grab it. Fuck, they took it. Oh, that's fucked up. Miss Karen, yeah. Karen is pretty fun too. I need to show up more in these fights. It's just tough. I feel like I keep getting CC'd by something. They have a fuck ton of CC in their team comp that is just very easy to hit. Like Tusky will always hit someone. I sometimes need to beat that Adam. Athena, most of the time the Athena. It's just so unfortunate. And we just don't have any vision. I would love to do like an ult combo on someone, but I need vision for that. We just do not have that. They're all coming left. For fuck's sake, man. Why is it so difficult? I don't get it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Be careful.
Help!
Ultimate is down. Be careful. Retreat.
I mean, I think this would be easy. We just didn't have people getting caught before every fight. We just never had a set in these fights. She always fucking died. That's so annoying, man. I hate games like this, because we can clearly tell that we can easily fight back. I almost one-shot the Artemis in this fight, with my ult alone. And Mordred didn't have to chase that. He really didn't. Just let them fall back. I added at least damage in my team, though. That is not great, but... yeah. Oh, it's not my greatest Giannis game, that's for sure. I missed too much stuff in the beginning. I'll do one more game, then I'm probably heading off. I'm still really tired after this weekend. I'm on a losing streak now. Man, I started with 2 wins. Now I have 3 losses. Fucked up. Somehow I'm still fucking first pick every game. I'm fucking tired of it. I don't want to be first pick. Good old days. Well, like a year ago? This was season 10, so it's realistically not that far. Yes, fair. They're losing every objective so far. No, I guess not everyone. I think they got one of them. You know what? I'm gonna stop my music for now. I don't really want to listen to music for now. I'll focus on the raw gaming sounds. Wow, would you just double? You have Karen's coin as well on mid mages? Oh. Isn't that also kind of a stacking item? I forgot exactly what it does. I remember being okay in season 11, but not that good. What do I play? What do I play? Maybe a Zeus game.
Zeus.
I cannot be asked to play a frontliner, man. I just don't want to do it. I'll try and see if I can end on a win. So I'll probably keep playing until I can grab a win and then just head off. Last 3 games have been depressing. I gotta break this losing streak now. Hopefully I don't fall asleep until then though. I'm so tired now. It just hit me like a truck. It's probably just because I'm getting hungry as well, but I'm so tired all of a sudden. It's not ideal, boys. I mean, they still have a gold lead on blue side. Mid-Guardian Mail. Is there even a Mid-Guardian Mail equivalent? There isn't, right? I wouldn't mind a Mid-Guardian in Smite 2. Oh, good Vulcan ult. Fighting kind of burning through a few of these people too. Pretty even fight, for the most part.
For later, I suppose.
Definitely will have to go boar early in this game. Otherwise, Cyprus might give me a visit. Also, boys, what the fuck? I cannot believe I am... Am I not getting stacked on? Is it just me? I guess I'm the only one queuing right now at this point, and Nika and Sav are just forced against me then. This might be a cooked queue then.
Luck is for the weak.
I feel like the odds are slightly stacked against me, but we'll see how bad it is. Otherwise, this might end up being the last one of all the duo queues to try and get a win against. This one's pretty tough. If I'm the first pick, at least.
Shine so bright.
Satisfactory work, minions. What else? Thanks.
It's a good start for me at least.
Claim this area. Enemy missing. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted in the right jungle. Yeah. Careful. She bites.
Let's just make sure that I'm healthy for this rock fight. See, Tsukuyomi and what? Potential for a Poseidon. And Cap should not hit 5 at least before the rocks. I might be able to.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted.
So that is unfortunate, because my team lost that fight. Probably would have won it if I went there, but... That's what it is. Not sure why Cabrakan just chased me down, though.
Unbelievable.
And your left tower is under attack. Claim this area. Enemy ultimate incoming. Watch out.
Oh man, I was trying to get the fucking gold. Rip, easy 660 gold.
No problem. Falling back. Ultimate is ready.
Fabulous!
Your right tower is under attack.
The ladies love a man who could slay a fearsome beast. So uncivilized.
Sorry! Attack the base!
Oh fucking course, man. That's so tilting. What the fuck is the mid here? Why? Why me?
Your team has destroyed the gold.
What do I buy? I kind of want protection into this. Let's go shifters. Then I'll go for a Helm of Radiance after.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Who got the kill too? Yeah, Poseidon got the kill as well. Fudge. Granted, I did over-aggress.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Help! Ultimate is down!
On my way.
The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast. So uncivilized. The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast. She bites.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
shouldn't TP.
Your
They know
right
it.
tower is under attack. What the? Claim this area. I am king. I'll get lately. On my way. On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I mean, why all do this? It's just always fucking me, man. Of course, I'm the one who keeps getting Krakens. Whatever. I'm just gonna stay in my lane. That just seems to go better.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Please get him. Please get him, bro. You have to get them.
Okay.
And we lost tower as well for this. Almighty just gone like that.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Well, not all of it. I'm still a decent amount of XP ahead, but... What I should have went for instead of Shifters was board first.
Ultimate is ready. Enemies in left lane.
The rain shall wash them away.
Both Suku and Kebbles.
Your middle tower.
And he got the kill. Now he's on my level. Fantastic.
Your right tower.
Fantastic. I was 2-0, by the way.
Enemy missing.
I just wish my Odin would play around me a bit more as well.
She bites.
Enemies in the left lane.
ultimate down.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies have returned to base.
What the? Enemy has been slain this area.
Ally has been slain.
So uncivilized. The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast.
Double kill.
So
Whoa,
uncivilized.
good game. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I'll just buy boar straight away here instead of finishing up my item.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Be careful. Ward the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat! Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Be careful.
Oh, wait. Was I silenced? Oh, I was. I was like, what the fuck? Did I just get disarmed and I couldn't use my one because of it? But okay, it was just
I'll attack middle lane. Good luck.
awkward as fuck. Yes, please, ult me.
Attack the fire giant.
Yay! Vista, amigo! Your right tower is under attack.
I want to say things. I want to say things.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I want my Odin to play around me more, but like I have legitimately haven't seen him a single time this game. I don't know where he is. Why is he on Rhine? Medusa will be a problem regardless of what he does, because Shublonke just isn't as good. Simple as that. Great, now we wasted the fucking Odin ring too. God damn it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Careful. She bites.
destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower
Just get me out, honestly. We're not playing around those strong lanes.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Like, where's Odin going now? Not to fire, that's for sure.
destroyed the fire giant.
It's just frustrating. That's all it really is. Right there is definitely my own fault. I tried. I just didn't realize the triple iron. Okay, the Suhiyomi was just gonna ult like straight on me. I didn't even see he was there. He wasted no time. Does it change the fact that my Odin, I haven't seen him a single time this game? I just wish he would play more. Like, I hate when junglers don't play around their strong lanes. Like, what are you doing, man? Just take advantage of a lane being fed. Like, the amount of times that we could have just completely shat on everything on the left side, on rocks or whatever, it's too fucking high.
What's up?
It's just annoying.
I'll attack left lane.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Guess I have to back. Man.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. On my way. The pyro has arrived. Down.
Claim this area.
Oh well. They did a lot more damage to me than I thought as well. What even did so much damage to me? Just her autos, I guess? Awkward. Suppose I'm not really gonna be that tanky anymore.
On my way.
I'm actually buying too many wards. I need to stop. I need to finish my cooldown.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Cool. That's pretty bad.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Maybe we can get something else out of it. We did actually get a kill.
On my way.
if I had my blink.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Careful! She bites.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Can't a servant bring this to me?
Just need a little bit of cooldown. I don't really know what to go for last though. I feel like Rod isn't really the way to go.
This area.
But also, I do want a Chain Lightning to hit hard if I actually get a good one. So it's a bit weird.
Ultimate what's out there?
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted. Attack middle lane. The glow. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
I think Sukium is gonna backdoor Phoenix.
Yeah, I can defend it.
Fabuloso! Triple kill! Oh, you move like a jaguar!
What's out there?
And he still has Kraken, of course he does.
Your middle Phoenix has
Unless that's just a Deso diff. It's a Deso diff. He probably Krakened. Dude, that's so fucked up. Dude.
Titan is under attack.
I could have defended if Kraken isn't there.
A pity.
Defeat.
I do want to do one more. That's so fucking annoying though. That's so annoying. That game is especially frustrating, I feel like, because I won my lane so drastically. And not at a single point from anyone really did we play around it. Spugword is getting popular. It's always been popular amongst like higher elo players. The second it came out, people used it. Unless you're playing support, then yeah, usually not. But like if you're playing solo, mid, jungle, you should pretty much always use that word. ADC as well. I think for mid, maybe you can make an argument for normal ward, because you can like ward bushes and stuff. But for support, generally the normal ward is the way to go. Either the normal ward or like the one where you can like remove wards. I've never used that one myself though. I don't actually know how good it is. Thank God I am not fucking top pick anymore. Okay, Tsukuyomi alone someone's bad for us. I mean, that pick was good. We overchased, they got a big Kraken, like all that bullshit, like a huge Medusa ult. They just had like huge ults hitting pretty much like our whole team. So that's inevitably going to be bad for us. I don't think it was that bad of a chase. I don't know what happened fully. Like I'm the only one who survived, so I obviously wasn't in danger, but I feel like didn't I get solo krakened? Like I got solo krakened, but I boarded, and then I got krakened again when I tried to defend. I wasn't expecting it to be up. But that game was just fucked. Like once again, like Nick is a good player. Don't get me wrong, but I despise when I'm not being played around if my lane is the one that's winning super hard. I was so fit this game. I was ridiculously fit. No one could actually deal with me unless they ganged up on me. Guess what they did? They ganged up on me and I still didn't get any help. That game just felt really bad as a result. I just don't know how to really play around it when my team doesn't want to play around me like that. And then I fucked up once around Pyro. That was my own fault. But whatever. Now my Zeus was picked. I wanted to play it again. Just play Thana, I guess. I really do not know what to play here right now. Everything's so boring, man. I really wanted to log in and a tank Mercury, but I already know how that's going to go. I don't want to do that. I'm just so tired of the current solo lanes. But maybe I'll have to play like Herc. I don't know, maybe a little bit of Herc. I could do some Mulan as well. Playing that type of character though is going to be pretty hard if I'm going into like good players. Oh shit, this is going to be real bad for me if this is an aspect CERN solo. I don't think I can deal with that as Thanatos. Especially not early game. Fuck, I wasn't thinking about that. Granted, most things can't really deal with that. It's pretty fucking hard to deal with during the laning phase, but as long as you don't feed it, it should not be that bad going into mid and late. Yeah, is it? Yes, it is. Tragic. I should have gone Aspect, maybe. I think it's the only way I maybe could have dealt with it, or at least not get super shit on by it, because I'm just scaling for later.
Minions have spawned.
I do wonder how I can play this matchup. I don't really see a way how I could actually win it. This matchup is just terrible. If I ever get rooted, I just feel like I'm dead. Oh, he's going. Wait. He doesn't have aspect. I'm stupid. I'm just fucking giving away my lane here. So no aspect, full int. Might still lose early because he probably maybe has a little bit better wave play than I do, but this is not bad. I say that. I say that, and then he ages my one.
Is under attack. I'll attack right lane. Be careful left. Be careful left.
Yes. Enemy missing.
Okay.
Oh, he's an enemy spot.
He definitely knows, it feels like.
Does it reveal if I'm in the bush without putting it in the bush? You're right.
I don't think so. I think they probably just told him because he's doing it with Seth.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
I'll cut you down.
Oh, fuck. I don't have TP. Fuck, man. I should have backed.
Awesome.
Enemies in left lane. Ally has been slain.
Guess it's fine. The jungle went left.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm so far behind because of that fucking first blood.
Cut your life string short to skip death.
Good luck.
Enemy missing.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful.
Okay.
Completed.
Skip death.
The forest runs rampant.
Your souls to me.
On my way.
Completed.
Leave no disrespect unanswered for.
I'd prefer
Center
to
ult down.
leave the dying to them. I'll cut you down.
Right tower
Does he have Aegis?
Yeah, I think so. I can maybe just bait it out though.
There's no way.
That's unfortunate.
What did you have, Blink?
Yeah, I could have maybe just ulted him as well.
Gold.
Shall fear death now.
I'm TPing mid, trying to see if we can bait time.
There. Someone's coming to us.
Zeus Aegis. Yeah, I missed it, I guess. That's Zeus Aegis.
I can maybe kill him.
Yeah, it's like 20% somewhere. I followed.
Wash them away.
Does he have Aegis?
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ah, he went for Conch. That makes sense, actually. He's probably a decent Conch character in CERN. Is this all done again? Ah, I'm so fucked after that rotation as well. I'm stinking it up in this one.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Once again, I just think Tower's a fucking dog shit. How is he able to do that at level 9 with no protection? That's all I'm saying, man. How? Hyris, why Tower is so dog shit? Oops. I feel like that's criminal activity. It's fine. Just need to shut down somewhere.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm looking for something desperate, because I need it.
Enemy missing right.
Stepping away for a moment.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
To me.
In the left jungle.
I can TP right. Can you kill him?
He's going to watch blue.
I'll cut you down.
I'm staying then.
Enemies have returned to base.
Yeah, I think we just focus on
Your
gold.
team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
There's 4 people here, just go gold.
Just live.
Enemies in right lane. Completed. Completed.
I got gold.
Enemies incoming.
Your
Behind us.
team has destroyed the gold fury.
What the fuck? That was so random.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And hello, because me. Good to see you.
Enemy ultimate
Your
down.
middle tower is under attack.
Completed.
The Pyroman has arrived.
I'm just playing left side. I think fighting on the storm's bad.
He's TPing left. No, he's just backing actually.
He's still there.
Yeah, I'm just staying back. I'll be there for late game anyway.
Enemies have returned to base.
You're just unexecutable.
Whoops.
And then you're back.
On my way.
Escape death.
An enemy has been slain.
Foul creature, your time must come.
Enemy spotted.
Comes to all.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
This isn't that bad. I mean, okay, maybe I'm 3 volts behind, but
Enemy ultimate down.
yeah, we'll see what happens.
Completed.
Cern is probably coming mid, careful guys.
Retreat. Retreat. Save yourself.
Lista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Where did they go?
I have no idea. Probably on red. I see some C's at least, maybe to Pyro. Yeah, they're Pyro.
Enemy team has
So
destroyed
solid.
the Pyro. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Maybe we can do all of
Left
that.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bot is on the rocks.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
I'll cut you down.
I need to bag actually. I do have a lot of gold on me.
There wasn't a Vegas, right? We could kill him. We just dashed. We got deeper gold.
Cut your life stream.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Careful, sir, my TP left
Good
behind you.
game.
Enemy missing.
Enemies at the gold fury.
Enemies at the goal.
Souls to me.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll cut you down. Cannot escape death.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Follow me. On my way. On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
Rains, wash them away. Oh, there it is.
I can TP to the right.
I just TP'd left, so you can try if you want to kill him.
Enemies have returned to
He's
base.
backing. Oh, he's back.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
That might be a boar, actually. That'll be pretty rough if that's the case.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I don't have ult for mid, I'm just giving it.
Sure, I'll just push right then. Let me
I'm
know if
over
Cern's coming
it.
right.
Enemy in the right jungle.
Enemy has been slain.
Are they going pyro?
To me.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed.
They're not on
Your
fire.
left tower is under attack.
They're on fire?
No, they're not. I think I just did pyro.
On my way. Attack middle lane.
The rain shall wash them away.
Cut you down.
I have ult for Zeus if he's still there.
Enemies incoming.
Yes, here on the tower.
Enemies incoming.
Alright, I'm going.
He's backing out, you're not gonna. Apollo ulting you.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Come to me, come here.
Just dash.
Just back out of that. Is the Cern on soloing fire or something?
He has int, so I don't think so, but check it anyway.
Nah, he's in left. Did Zeus Aegis anything?
No.
Cern is left still. You can maybe get right now.
Yeah, I'll push.
Because they might back if they don't go gold. I don't know what they wanna do here. They should probably play gold, I guess.
Paul is right.
On my way.
I'm not really too sure what they're looking for here. I don't know why Apollo went here instead of his own lane.
Enemy missing.
Unless they're looking for a potential like Apollo ult gank. A little closer.
They wanna pull FG, I think. Or Pyro. Oh,
They're looking for me.
careful right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold out.
They're like all there.
That's so weird. How did they know I was in that bush? That's sus as fuck. Actually, you know what? They probably used the fucking jungle thing. Never mind. I keep forgetting about that shit.
Be careful.
Incoming.
Zeus and Sylvanas ults.
And manipulate.
Your souls to me.
You guys should be able to maybe hold. At least
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
cheap.
give
Maybe
pyro, I
give
guess,
pyro.
but don't let them get fire.
Cut your life string.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Hello,
Really
Poseidon.
need a
Good to see you.
ward, yeah. I got flanked. That's the reason I died.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some more wards as well.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe.
I'll cut you down to me.
They're coming right.
That's bot sold. I think I'm okay.
Huge if you survive.
That could have gotten awkward.
They will just start fire off of it, maybe.
Looks like they're coming mid.
I'll cut you down.
I don't have ult, so I'm just chilling for like 20.
So good call.
Your souls to me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
On my way.
We definitely shouldn't focus the Cern if unless he's really out of position. Especially because he has Boar.
Be right back.
Be careful.
Now that I'm 20, I do want to back. Yeah, fuck it. Pretty sure he backed as well. I want to use that opportunity to do the same. Finish my starter. Now, I don't really think I'm going to do that much damage, on the front line at least, until I finish Titan's Bane next. I have to go for either Apollo or Zeus in these fights.
I'll cut you down.
The fire giant. The Pyroman has arrived.
Your souls to me.
I need more vision again.
That's about to blink down.
Okay. You can take my speed out of base if you're back.
Yeah, sure. I fucking knew they were looking for me, that's why I warded. I want to just at least get a ward safe. Well, I didn't know, I guess. I had an inkling.
Enemies at the fire giant.
On my way.
I'll cut you down. I will cut your life strings.
It's getting low.
We're slamming it. We got it.
Alright, just get out them, I guess.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Follow ulting. Can ult on the counter maybe?
Bot's back, he was low.
Yeah, I mean... Does this board on? Concern. You wanna fight?
My ult's up in 10.
If bot's backed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm here. Don't pyro.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has
Come on, mid.
destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm resetting.
I got dagger from him. That sucks. Wish I knew they were getting initiated on.
It's 2 gold, I guess.
Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Yeah, it's it's 3.1, right? Yeah, so I need more gold. I keep forgetting Titan's Bane is like so fucking expensive. I always feel like it's just 3k.
I'll attack left lane.
We just push or?
I'm going back for full Titan's Bane.
Oh, that is me too. You can try and pressure one.
Zeus ages your ult before, so I think we should look for him.
Yeah, he we didn't buy any defense items either, so it's an easy kill. I'm gonna kill the bots here.
That's his ult
That's
and his
his ult.
magi's. Nice jump.
That's fine.
Right lane.
Just go here. They're missing.
Destroy the middle enemy phoenix.
We just take the win. I don't think we can get left Phoenix.
Yeah, I can't really do much without my ult. Pyro is spawning soon though.
Looks like they're looking for me or something.
The pyro has arrived.
Cannot escape death. Your souls to me.
It's a very late magi's for me, but I'm gonna do it.
Maybe the pyro. Apollo's in left. Zeus left.
Attack fire giant.
Help!
Yes. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Set up an ambush here.
They're walking up.
Gank.
Be careful.
Apollo.
Enemy has been slain.
Did he have crit or he does? What the fuck? He has just Deathbringer. I'm pretty sure I just got fucked up by crits alone. That's so fucked up. Fuck it up, man. I was not prepared for me to just get 3-shot.
On my way.
Overpower and manipulate.
Oh, we're missing everything.
You have my forgiveness.
Bots is the low in mid.
That's fine. We got some Maguses there.
I don't want to buy any wards, man. I'll buy one ward. I need Magi so badly.
Ward the fire giant.
I maybe kill Butson left if he doesn't back. He backed. Back.
I need 200 for Magi's. Would be nice so I don't get butt salted every fight.
I mean, they might pull Pyro, but that's about it. Yeah, they wanna pull Pyro.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Julio's getting fucked.
Your team
Shove up.
has destroyed the pyramid.
Slain an enemy.
Dude, that's exactly what I was trying to fucking avoid. Dude, there it is. The double jump on that. It's so funny.
Your left tower is under attack.
Nice building. Exactly what I was trying to avoid happened in this fight. Because we kind of had Sylvanas being out of position. Kind of have to go in. If my ult is down, I have no way of getting out of the blood zone.
Overpower and manipulate.
Luckily it still worked out. Fuck, I kinda want to do one more.
Victory.
It's more fun now that the Q has gotten better now. Oh no, my damage. At least what I can say this is at least all of that is teamfight damage because I did literally no damage in lane. But yeah, I mean, I played like absolute dog water in this game, so what can you do? I'll give the queue 3 minutes. If it doesn't pop on until then I will probably just head off for now. Good sneak. I don't want to play mid, man. Not again. Oh, thank God. Do I play Zeus again?
Select your god.
I don't know. I kind of feel like playing Zeus.
Zeus.
I'll do it. The other one was way too unsatisfying. I gotta do another Zeus game. No, who dodged? Man. Was that the last person dodge as well? Fuck. Dude, no one's taking any damage, man. My one is so different. If that's my 2 Merc, whoever got ulted already died with the first fucking hit. Pretty clean first game, yeah. They definitely controlled most of the objectives. Bro, I forgot to ban. Almost... Wait, never mind. We're still banning. There we go. I was about to say, almost nothing is banned. There it is. I was gonna play some Aladdin today, but I just didn't really. I wasn't really in the mood to play it. It is pretty much the last day to play him, so in his current state.
Select your god.
Ganesh. Zeus.
Also, I do apologize if I'm extra quiet today. I'm just tired. Tired and exhausted. Oops. I'll definitely need Boar early in this one. 1000%. I should probably go for it second. Or third. At least third. I suppose in this game I should probably just get the usual conch into Helm of Radiance. After that, it's gonna be Boar. Unless there is just a legitimate problem. Before then, I might need it, but we'll see how the laning goes. Getting bored is probably a good idea despite everything, actually. Wait, what the fuck is that? Aspect Vulcan ADC? Huh.
Minions have spawned.
Fair enough.
Enemy spotted.
Claim this area. Bang! Be careful. Enemies incoming left. On my way. On my way.
Damn. Not sure I would have finished him off if I hit one more auto, but worth a shot, I guess.
On my way. Set up an ambush.
Now I will not have it for the first spawn of the rocks.
Paladin here.
I'm here and I'm also 5.
Go back.
You wanna invade me?
They got every single one.
That's so fucked up.
What the fuck, man?
Gaze into the mirror.
I thought we got one, but that's still pretty rough that they got all of them.
They're probably gonna try and invade this. Pretty low. You coming?
Other way.
Got the Vulcan ult torn on Athena.
Level 4.
What's out on the starting rotation as well?
I'm out the fight. Enjoy.
Your
All
middle
over the
tower
heroes.
is under attack. First blood.
I'm dead too now.
Your left tower is under attack. On my way.
That's almost done. Fuck, man, I didn't give a blink off in time. I was fucking spamming it before his ult hit me.
Divine radiance.
I guess I was also hitting him.
They
so
want to play for red here.
I didn't
I
know.
don't have ult yet. It's kinda
I have
sad.
ult.
Claim this area.
They're on their purple. I have ults.
We can kill that Athena.
Should be okay. With the lead I had, at least, I think that just evens it out again. As long as I don't miss too many
I have
creeps.
nothing for you, Loki.
Your right
I'm nothing.
tower is under attack.
Very strong.
W wish.
So uncivilized. The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast. So
Enemy spotted.
uncivilized.
The light absolves all. What's out there? Bang!
Challenge me.
Claim this area. I'm returning to base.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Your left tower is under attack. I will warn.
Jag ser nästan ut.
Where is Vulcan? We can kill him maybe.
Alla svaret att samman.
Brief eclipse.
I can hold them
I'm
off.
coming if they hold chase. If they hold chase, I can come.
Probably gonna go for this. I have nothing up. Nice. Athena maybe? 5 seconds though on everything. 2, 1.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I believe in you.
Hasta la vista.
Careful! Your right tower is under attack.
You wanna do this?
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stand together.
Yay!
Do they have to chase? Just go.
My ult's up in 1 second.
Your right tower is under attack.
Tapping to him, Vulcan.
Careful!
The 1v1 ruiner, man.
If he walks up, we can kill him.
That's so fucked up, man. Aladdin isn't right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm on no ult.
I'm back in.
What a fucked up situation that was. Legitimately have solo kill potential if he doesn't actually show up.
This area.
Buying the 300 gold still Chalice? You're right, I could have bought Chalice as well. Or instead. I just like getting my items online quick, because right now I really need them.
I'll gank. Illuminate.
Ultimate is ready.
I assume rocks are done.
The Aladdin's right, so you guys can do whatever.
Challenge me.
What's out there? Your right tower is under attack.
That's So let an ult. I mean, he's just sitting here now.
That means
I'm starting to believe it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
can't do anything about it. We're gonna have it.
Yeah, they're pretty low every time they try though.
Well, they have time on red buff, they probably wouldn't need it.
I let an ult down there.
Your tower is under attack.
I can
I'm
come
doing the
there.
same to the
Volts.
Vulcan, so...
I mean, Ulr's not going to come in with no bees, right? Surely.
Your right
Oh,
tower
they are?
This is just really annoying again. I think it makes sense to sit on the Vulcan, but even so, like, I think ignoring the lane is just gonna be
Ult
worse.
his jump. Okay, he's not jumping.
Fabuloso! Oh, my
Come to me if you can.
Can't.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Did you get the shutdown?
Yeah, I killed him, but he killed me first.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm ult down.
Tower is under attack.
Claim this area.
Yeah, it's time to get born.
I try to pick him now, maybe. I'm alt in 10.
Sure.
I won't put
If he plays for the next wave, I can kill him. I don't think I might have alt though, actually.
It should be still on cooldown.
yeah, it should be on cooldown. Yeah.
I'm hearing, right? If you can bait his dash or something, that'd be huge.
Aladdin left side down on speed.
It's like he knows.
No, I can't do anything.
On my way.
On my way.
That beats Ola, beats Aladdin, I think.
ally has been slain.
Aladdin jumped down.
God, this is not bad if Zeus comes in here now.
He jumped in, Amas in mid.
Can we do gold off this?
How dare they treat me this way?
You guys want to kill that guy though. No ult, no dash.
Got a
Okay,
stun
do
for
the
you, I'm
guys.
out now. He beats though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ola Aladdin beats as well in mid
Your
lane.
left tower is under attack.
What's out?
Probably could have caught up to this ammo.
Thank you for this boon.
Want to get some vision on gold?
Top Zeus pick, yeah, it's... We'll see if I regret it. It's, I also decided to go Blink and not Beats into an Athena and Aladdin. We'll see if it works out. It's high risk, high reward.
It's as they say.
Being, but it's going so fast.
There's no way.
Yeah, I can't be there in time.
Your team has
Oh my god, nice.
Now you're the best.
Not bad for a sworder. I shall attack left lane. Enemies have returned to middle.
They're gonna go Pyro or FG.
Are you going FG?
They got FG.
Defend the fire giant.
They're on it.
I'm coming behind everyone.
They're just trying to get
I
bait.
don't
I mean,
have
I'm super
It's
low.
half
I'm
HP.
super focused.
Got it.
The ace of my sleep.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Wash them away.
Time to turn this battle.
I'm out. I'm out.
That's Athena all down.
Okay, we get tier 2. It's not that bad for us.
I'm just gonna stay grouped now.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
What do I even buy here? I kind of want more cooldown by now, but at the same time, like the best option I think I have is shifters. If I want to keep up the hybrid build.
They're pushing the one of
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, there's an Ama as well, actually.
Your right tower
Yeah, you know what?
is
I
under
think shifters, not shifters, brawlers is probably the best option. Actually. I like it.
Your right tower is under attack.
They're on Pyro.
Guess
Ama's
so.
left.
Okay. We can steal it.
I'm rotating.
Aladdin ult down.
Enemy has been slain.
I have nothing up. Nice, good shit.
I'm out there now.
Low life.
Yeah, just get out if you can, I think.
Try to leave if you can.
I'm out. Probably dead to all of them.
That's beast down earlier.
Fabuloso.
That's so unfortunate. That was good for us until we overstayed. And I kind of just missed everything as well, like a fucking idiot. If I got a good chain lightning, Zeus dies much earlier. And I can just swap target to someone else.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Claim this area.
Are they coming to me?
They went right.
Possibly, yeah.
I think they went Pyro.
Someone will.
Vulcan's left.
Careful. She bites. Claim this area.
They are all missing, by the way. Probably gonna. Ama's coming
I
too.
found them. There's 4 here. Maybe you guys can do pyro.
I'm away.
Only Amaterasu can be there. Aim is left.
Watch out there. I'm king. She bites.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Maybe you guys can get mid tower
Has
quickly.
destroyed
With
the
the Fan
fire
Phoenix
giant.
after.
I'm out of that, I'm just gonna back now.
I can just bomb it and we can go.
Nah, just
Your
ult it.
left
I don't
tower
need to
is
bump it.
under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm up in 5. Let's use like a dash out here. Athena dashed in. Guys, the bot comes from left. I mean mid. Let's use the fireball.
On my way.
I'm out. I used everything. So.
I need the back. I'm one.
Could we catch this?
I was just waiting for cooldowns. That sucks. They're all pretty poked.
Yeah, Aladdin no beats.
My lack of cooldown really bit me in the ass there. Yeah, I let no.
Did you have
ult
anything
either.
up, Zeus?
No, I used everything.
Silence.
Literally 1 second left on my chain lightning.
Oh, rip.
That's tragic. Really, really tragic.
I'm gonna get vision on fire. Yeah, the puffin's right now.
Claim this area.
That's her taunt now.
Did Aladdin not do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he ulted me, but I don't know if he beats.
He beats the silence to kill you. But like I said,
Amy pushing mid lane.
becoming
Careful. She bites.
Aladdin here with Solar.
Hey, miss coming behind you guys.
Be careful, incoming hostiles.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
they are diving this pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm backing
I'm here.
off.
On my way.
Okay, Fitz. Aladdin is half HP.
Teleport in.
Rain shall wash them away.
Fuck, man. Of course I got a
I'm
little
up
ult
in
the
7.
second I get in there. I got a decent chain lightning on the outside too. But man, I really, really need some stealth. To get in there without them knowing would be so helpful for me.
Come back fire.
And I'm not really tanky anymore, so at this point I'm just a Zeus that does less damage.
Your right tower
I need
is
that
under
advantage somewhere else, that being the stealth. It would do wonders for me.
We don't have vision on fire.
Your right
That's fine, they're not
tower
on
is
it right
under
now.
attack.
Claim this area.
I have a word if I can get close enough.
Watch out. Careful.
Aim is farming some item, I guess. Starter probably.
Claim this area.
I'd like to catch someone high, but
I'm backing for an item here.
We just counter engage. We just counter engage. We don't. We can't
yes.
engage. We have to counter engage.
Almost forgot my lucky item.
they pulling?
Yeah, yeah, they're probably.
Clean and precise.
I'm gonna engage here.
I need to reset.
Aladdin's like 60%.
I'm gonna have to
push
reset
mid.
here as well. Just, we've got vision on fire. I'm gonna back quick.
On my way.
Just
We
wait.
started, but it's very slow.
We're just gonna stick on top of Hecate.
They leached it.
They're gonna pull pyro, I think. Athena dashed in.
We don't want to do everything on Athena though. It's kind of wimpy.
They're on pyro. I'm just gonna push up right a bit.
Yeah, they were probably waiting more around that
Claim
side.
this area. The enemy
the
team
purple.
has destroyed the pyramid. Careful! Sheepites. Your right tower is under attack.
We either
Almost
clear
looking
these
to back.
waves or...
Almost in the
I mean, I
warlord.
can get the left up.
What's out
I just think they're gonna pull SG.
They
Like
will
now.
now if...
there? Claim this area.
They need Titans too. Careful, right?
Careful right.
They only have one wave pushing here hard. I think they're gonna start this now. It's 10, 9.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire. Enemy has been slain.
That's beads on Aladdin. He's low in the lamp. He's full.
I got nothing for you. Can you get us? That's not bad. We need to defend left though.
Amy's chasing.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I was just trying to peel the armor in that fight off of adapting, so he could at least do what he does. My initiate was already kind of fucked when armor insta-ulted me when I was out of stealth.
Illuminate.
just
Just a
keep
fire
pushing right and like hide, bait them in to rotate to kill Zeus. I don't know.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
That's ammo.
Give me health.
Enemy ultimate down.
You can pick the red.
Be right back.
I'm returning to base.
Yeah, let's scrap this.
On my way.
They're all in mid.
They fall one.
Let's taunt down.
Magic. Clean and precise.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Aladdin and Uller are both low. They're like 40%.
Wash them away.
Amy, alt. Everything okay? They're waiting outside the lamp, but they're kinda poked.
Kill the Amy.
All on the left tunnel.
So fast.
Enemy spotted. Careful. Sheep.
I have dash in 3.
Okay. Your right tower is under attack. What's out now?
I'm back up. That's for you guys.
Yeah, I think we just get ready for Pyre.
I'm coming right with up.
On my way.
Can we cut them off?
I'm speaking as
They're
well.
gonna go for Zeus, but he can't path towards us, right?
Can you ping them?
But look. They're just there. Right.
Oh,
You're
that's
missing the
fine.
jungle with me.
Has arrived.
That's Uller beats and Athena ult.
Enemy has been slain.
You by yourself.
Right tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a cat.
On my way to Athena.
Kill Athena, do fire.
I'm dashing into you.
What's out now?
In range, wash them away.
Some heals here.
Destroyed the fire tower.
I'll just grab the smith thing, so keep an eye out. You'll be one man down for a bit.
team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Right tower, then gold, or do you want to go straight gold?
Just go gold.
Just gold and hit Phoenix after. I'll just split push.
I'm gonna
after.
ward deep here. They might want to engage on this, to be fair.
Looks like they want to fight here.
I've reset it.
I'll do this with me. Does he have beats?
Wash them away! Have you lost them?
Nice GG boys, thank you.
Keep it up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I had so much gold on me, man. Wouldn't have given me that much, but that's alright. Alright, I'll have done a good one. I still want to play though. Like, this hero is pretty fun because you can feel the back and forth. Like everyone has hands. I appreciate those games, even if I lost the majority of them today. But yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate you stopping by as usual. I'll be back tomorrow because obviously that's a patch. We can whine a bitch about it together tomorrow, and I definitely will because Agility Relic, from what I'm being told, will be available in ranked. I will absolutely fucking bitch about it. I might even rage quit my stream for the first time. I fucking hate that item. So anyway guys, thanks. Bye.